Events are unfolding rapidly, and the world is progressing in chaos. The signs are all around, revealing something that has gone unnoticed before our very eyes. Are you paying attention? Some might argue that we are living within a matrix, but have you ever seen a depiction of this? Prepare yourself to examine this matrix environment and uncover revelations about the human species. Are you prepared for the truth? Mysteries of our origin. Who are we as human beings? As human beings, we are the species Homo sapiens, a highly social primate with large brains that allow for complex cognitive abilities, enabling us to develop intricate cultures, societies, and technologies. These features make us capable of adapting to diverse environments and forming complex social structures and forming relationships with each other. Essentially, we are characterized by our intelligence, self-awareness, and ability to create meaning through social interaction and creativity. Prepare your awareness to witness and observe the human species from head to toe. Throughout human existence, a connection between us and the celestial bodies. Modern astrologists connect our personal experiences to the sun, moon, and the rest of the celestial planets in our solar system interconnections. Celestial bodies and earthly events and timeless patterns of human behavior are interconnected with the cosmos. We are all interconnected within the vast universe, with every atom within our bodies mainly energy emanating from invisible celestial bodies. The sun and the moon are part of the same cosmic fabric. There is a coherent whole that connects everything in the universe, intertwining all existence. No one has been able to explain this connection until now. Observe the cosmic fabric hidden by the illusion of space that connects everything in the universe, intertwining all existence, including the extraterrestrial presence observed across the planet. The human experience is unaware of who and what we are and exhibits no awareness of self or the conscious concept of the invisible surroundings that covers the entire realm of existence. Taking these views of our origins, pay particular attention to the outline of the human. Here, you will see how we are interwoven into the fabric of the cosmos. We are perpetually bound to this realm. It resembles the invisible force we call gravity. I have observed this and named it surface slats. The surface is black and appears to consist of millions of slats covering the cosmos, with everything, including us, attached to it. Your initial assumption may be to suggest that this is AI. However, what you are observing is indeed a picture, just a picture. There is no AI program on Earth that can animate elements within a still image to display the actual activities captured at the time. Something extraordinary is happening that will alter our projections for the future of humankind. Are you curious? Then, continue viewing to witness additional highlights of action-packed observations. Here is my suggestion for viewing these images. For any object, first view the outline in this image of the human. Closely observe the invisible machinery to which we are connected. Then start your view at the bottom, gazing from side to side until you reach the top. Finally, at the top, focus your view by scanning across the image from one end to the other until you reach the bottom. I found this technique fulfilling. This technique captures a visual image of the flow surrounding the object. Each image is a snapshot in time. Perhaps we have not been able to detect this invisible environment is because of the speed at which this infrastructure is moving. Thus, every image captures real-time activities that were being performed at the moment the image was taken, along with indescribable other activities. As you observed, it is astonishing to view inside the human body with X-ray capabilities. Now, follow along on this road trip, observe and become aware of the many forms and shapes the UFO can project. Undetected on your right are several UFOs. I call this form cotton ball, and the next visual UFO that will appear, that's kite tail. Throughout this documentary, you will observe these UFO entities can transform into an object as small as a dot, less than 1/2 of an inch in size, and as large as a stealth aircraft. Also, in this view, observe the V-shaped vortex. Its presence observed means that the leader or the big boy is nearby. Continue watching. Have you ever gazed up at the stars and wondered if we're truly alone? There's been a dramatic collective shift in the general public's attitude toward unidentified aerial phenomenon. Skeptics now find themselves in the minority, and the stigma attached to reporting a sighting has largely diminished. Today, with a smartphone in every pocket, capturing unusual activity is easier than ever. Even the US government, after decades of denial and dismissal, has acknowledged the existence of intelligence beyond our comprehension. Do not avert your attention. Observe the forthcoming encounter, closely focus on the red lines as you witness the UFO spacecraft transform from an estimated 1 inch to the size of a stealth aircraft. To obtain a clear view of the UFO at its 1 inch size, continue watching. The next clip will offer that clarity. The highlights presented will enhance your conscious visual perception to avoid shocking your sense of reality. My personal opinions are limited, enabling you to understand inexplicable truths about the planet and everything that inhabits it, and I do mean everything. Descriptions of my observations will be very simple and relatable, allowing everyone to follow along visually and to freely form your own perceptions. My objective is to provide awareness only. Follow the informational captions provided throughout the presentation. It is understood that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and that certainly applies here. Please continue watching. The cosmos and Earth's secret lies in its invisible environment. Earth is concealing an incredible array of unimaginable machines, designed unlike anything humans could conceive. Observe objects within a picture becoming active, starting with a snapshot captured of this event. What we perceive as the sky above is truly marvelous. Allow me to introduce you to the invisible realm that generates the clouds, the rain, the snow, and much more. I will continually remind you that this is the sky, or simply a reference to space. For now, just observe and take in the views as we proceed. Reality will become clearer. Our vocabulary is insufficient to adequately describe the activities presented in this documentary. I struggle to find words to convey a verbal description of the alien environment, therefore, I request that you follow along with my rudimentary descriptions. I suggest that you manifest your visual conscious concept, paint your own picture of what you will observe. This is not an artificial intelligence product. However, what you are observing is indeed a picture. No AI program on Earth can animate elements within a still photograph to display the actual activities captured at that moment. We are indeed in a unique period in the history of our civilization. The highlights provided visualization clarity. Now you can follow the location markers and captions. This method will provide you with unbiased comprehension, allowing your consciousness to express itself and your voice to be heard. Prepare to observe some fascinating events and up-close details. We are indeed living in a unique period in the history of our civilization: multiple simultaneous challenges and converging crises, environmental degradation, an unequal distribution of diminishing resources, widespread poverty, conflicts, climate change, oppression of various peoples, and dissatisfaction with life even in nations a surplus of material wealth. How did we arrive at this predicament? What are we to make of it? Must things remain this way? Why is this happening to us? What can be done about it? Every generation of humans asked these questions, and the answers have remained elusive. The time for humans to develop the capabilities to perceive invisible realm in which we all exist is here. Finally, the questions will be answered, and we will finally realize that we are not individuals, but a part of the whole. Get ready to be captivated. This documentary contains 3 years of dedicated and detailed observations in pursuit to unveil the camouflage restricting our visual perception of the universe's true structure. Now, listen to a conversation with a neighbor about a 5-point star that wasn't a star.
The star?
Yeah.
It's not a star. I've captured over 2 hours of video.
Really?
It's a ship. Look at it, look at it. You look at it, it looks like a star.
Right.
But inside of it, that's what I see. Look at it. You don't see that, right? And it
A human being is part of the whole, called by us the universe, a part limited in time and space. He experiences himself, his thoughts and feelings as something separate from the rest, a kind of optical delusion of his consciousness. This delusion is a kind of prison for us, restricting us to our personal desires and to affection for a few persons nearest to us. Our task must be to free ourselves from this prison that limits our visual perception by widening our circle of compassion to embrace all living creatures and the whole of nature. On January 30th, 2025, I saw a picture of the fatal collision between a passenger airplane and a helicopter in the Washington, D.C. area. In that image, I observed what was in the background or the space surrounding everything, and the background images became clear during the explosion. What I observed closely resembled the images currently being viewed. The rendered depiction of this would resemble the previously seen image of the sky and UFO existing within the invisible realm. After watching this documentary, go back and review that footage again, you just might see something yourself. Here, you are observing an outdoor light fixture and the quickly moving structures of different sizes and shapes moving past the illuminated light fixture. Now, compare that view to the subsequent views of the pictures of the moon as it traverses the night sky. Throughout the presentation, you will see an image of this street pole and lantern. At this location, an entity is present that is invisible during the day. I have named this extraterrestrial entity Jelly Ray. The nighttime activities of UFOs that you viewed in the highlights was captured at this location. Now, prepare to observe and experience some out-of-this-world visuals of events happening right here on Earth. This location is actually about 16 to 18 feet from my recording spot. Let me tell you that this entity, Jelly Ray, it is some sort of a staging area, a launching area, and many more unimaginable activities that have no name to describe. It is just that futuristic. These light fixtures are numerous across the planet, yet in some areas sparse, but they still exist. From my observations, entities like Jelly Ray reside in locations adjacent to outdoor light fixtures. If you have wondered where they are, here is one location. The number of UFO entities residing in this structure is enormous, surpassing any number created by man. Observe the white tips protruding from underneath the leaves, that's another staging area. The most amazing observation was seeing these entities tethered under the leaf by ropes and cords. Numerous UFO flying activities have been recorded in this location. Observe their movements, shape-shifting, transformations, and most exciting, listen to the sounds they produce. Allow me to formally introduce you to Jelly Ray. Your initial reaction may be to doubt the reality of the image. It is indeed real, and soon you will see the real-time footage captured. You have observed the street pole and light fixture depicted in an image earlier. Pay close attention to other structures within the image and see everything in motion. As previously mentioned, Jelly Ray serves as a portal, a staging location, and a docking surface. Like any picture in this environment, this is a moment captured in time. You will see images displaying the two closely positioned circles in this view relocated to a different area in other captured images. This indicates that the surrounding infrastructure is dynamic. The invisible moving structure, which I have named the humongous stencil sheet, is in perpetual motion. If you assume that these flying objects are insects, please keep watching, you are in for a surprise. You may wonder where the staging area is. The futuristic structure is located beneath Jelly Ray. When I say it is futuristic, I mean it to the highest degree. Continue watching. As I recorded the event, my hands began to tremble, and my breathing became unsteady. Eventually, I regained control. The awakening has begun, and the illusion is dissipating. The noise among a vast number of people is so loud that they cannot see the signs flashing before them. Look around, the signs are there. Today, with a smartphone in every pocket, capturing unusual activity is easier than ever. Revisit your past content. Stop overlooking what may be perceived as glitches or poor connections. Be curious. You possess the ability to enhance your awareness, evolve, and elevate your consciousness. By absorbing the images, you can draw your own conclusion on how the Earth, the cosmos, and us humans are connected to one another. Keep observing. When realization is achieved, what then is our role? Young people are the key to understanding this realm. Who are they? It is individuals like Maxwell from Zimbabwe, Africa. He invented a microsonic energy device that taps into the realm of energy harvesting. No batteries needed, he captured the waves of the cosmos, and I captured images of this magnificent realm, showing what he captured. Next, Gathu and Moses Kiuna, two self-taught Kenyan inventors who built an AI-powered robotic prosthetic arm. These young geniuses live among us and have gone unnoticed. When attention is brought to them, they are often dismissed. Here, I captured images showing how the device connects to the human system. We call this type of communication telepathic communications. What an incredible achievement, providing an improved quality of life for anyone utilizing a prosthetic device. Continue watching. In this wide area view of the lighting fixture, an entity that I have named Boonox is monitoring my activity. It projects itself as a pair of binoculars. One fascinating thing about this presence is that the entity attaches itself the viewer or eyepiece of the recording device. If you move the device up, the entity moves up. If you move it down, the entity move down. Swish to the side, the entity follow that direction. At first, I thought the entity was in my eyes, so I conducted an experiment. I turned my head away from the viewer of the recording device and moved the device. The entity followed the device viewer and not my eyes. That was nice to know. Prepare to witness an extraterrestrial entity transform into what appears to be an indescribable flying creature that humans would call a bird. Captions are provided to guide you through the observation and enhance your visual perception. Here, visualize for yourself what the strings and ropes described earlier used to tether and lasso the UFO entities underneath the leaves look like. I have also witnessed them being utilized as a pulley cord. Take an in-depth view of the flyby transformation stages. I find it challenging to describe the activities depicted in these pictures. Therefore, rather than risking miscommunication, my narration will be limited to topical guidance. Enjoy the background music as you consciously comprehend this revelation. It is real. Did you ever think that there would be a day that you would see objects in a picture become active? Just keep watching. Now, take a deeper look into another invisible realm of jelly ray. Remember, these are pictures, and the image is only an instant of time. The surroundings are dynamic, which means it changes. Here, take a look at the surface slats. Folks, this is gravity. You are viewing the invisible material that has eluded mankind, which is known as gravity. The entire universe is slatted with this structure, to include all the celestial bodies. Objects are either attached, clamped down, or projected from an opening in the surface slats. Keep that in mind as you view further images. Also, the surface rods, which support flight, lie just below the surface slats. The surface composition of the slats is made of nanomites. These things are smaller than the tip of a needle, and there are millions of them covering the surface of the slats. They move like a conveyor belt, covering the entire width of the slat. This structure dissipates and displays the surface rods and other mechanics. And, by the way you are looking at space. We observe the sky daily, when we go outside, when we view outdoor videos, or pictures captured outdoors and pay no attention to the anomalies fading into view. The images are fading through visible to all, aren't you curious? In this view, observe the attachments. These objects are actually moving to support target jelly ray. Trace the attachment's trajectory and the connection ends that will link up once connected. Also, I observed an object on the surface slat lift one side up and moved over to an adjoining track and then continued to move forward to the target. Amazing! This is the area depicted the photographs. Now moving to the other side, observe and experience additional remarkable activities occurring in real time. Observe additional details that will reveal significant insights, leading to intrigue and curiousness of the entity's next actions. Continue to follow along. Become aware. Familiarize yourself with some of the more common visual representations of UFOs and their typical appearances. Observe how they move in groups, how they maneuver, and how amazing their communication with each other could be. As noted in the captions, I have assigned names to these entities based on their appearance, making it easier to follow along when viewing the numerous images that correspond to those presented here. With knowledge gained, join me on this countryside scenic road trip to see who made an appearance. Let us proceed. Location markers will be displayed throughout the trip, directing focus to the entity. Please note that not all of the entities have been flagged. Remember to not only focus straight ahead, also to look around, occasionally look up. If you believe this is a product of human technology, you are in for an awakening. Observe closely the shape of this spacecraft entity. In the following views, you will explore and observe a magnificent feat of futuristic engineering. I am unsure how else to classify the unreplicable engineering observed. See for yourself. Additional time is allotted for those engineers out there to take a deep dive view. As you marvel at each image, a more in-depth understanding of the structure can be realized. Recognize the concealed areas not exposed or visible in prior images. Be amazed to see that there are many layers of depth to the structure. Humanity's cosmic advancements are massive, and the possibilities are endless. A young man named Maxwell from Zimbabwe, Africa, invented a microsonic energy device that taps into the realm of energy harvesting. The concept has fascinated the scientific community and beyond. The background energy generated by the sun, moon, and other astrological bodies is known as amoebic sonic energy that is harvested. This reality can enhance everyone's livelihood. Amazing! This is what I call futuristic innovation. In this 7D environment, which does not conform to established principles about how things should work, replace it with facts, we simply need to assign this reality a name. For the past 2 years, I have declared that this project will be handed over exclusively to millennials and Gen Z, as they have much to offer. Approaching this revelation with humility, conscious awareness, and reasonableness, and striving for peace on Earth, millennials and Gen Z can become global leaders. The implication of this new invention can be vast. Just imagine. This young man imagined this reality. How amazing! Innovation. Microsonic energy technology is a method of energy that converts ambient radio waves, which are invisible but present in our environment, into usable energy. Here is how this young man's invention works. The microsonic energy device harnesses radio frequencies and converts them into direct DC electricity, which can then be used to power everything from homes to vehicles. Prepare to observe and experience the oscillation of the ambient radio waves generated around the spacecraft vessel. Continue watching. Visual clarity is presented for your conscious enhancement. Not only do you see the spacecraft, but you also see other areas of the craft that was invisible. The structure of this magnificent spacecraft is truly extraordinary yet familiar. It is a self-aware and conscious machine, keep that in mind. Little do we realize that our creative manifestation of movie entertainment was preparing us for a day of realization. For instance, the creation of movies, particularly in the sci-fi genre, is increasingly reflecting current real-world experiences. My visual observation of what I have seen and observed reflects back to activities, sounds, and appearances viewed in the movies created by humans. We have always asked the question to an inventor such as, "What gave you the ideas to proceed with this endeavor?" Usually, the reply is that it came to in a thought, a dream, or some sort of fantastic encounter. As usual, mankind hears it and cannot comprehend or calculate the possibility and most of the time dismisses the entire curiosity. Now, we know that robots have been created to perform some magnificent feats, wouldn't you say? The next concern focused on whether the robot machine can evolve into self-awareness or detect that it is a machine. What's your first thought? Can a machine detect that it is a machine? According to the sci-fi movie genres created, it leads us to realize that yes, self-awareness can be achieved by machines. For example, the character Data on the well-known Star Trek series displayed this amazing feat as he performed with the flow and movements of a machine evolving as it interacted with its surroundings. I would say he passed the test. With that said, register these observations and compare them with the experiences already seen through the invention of movies. Now, observe this cylindrical object with a pink color labeled target that was located below the invisible front section of the craft. What was it during? Be amazed at the activities performed. Remember, this is a picture. There is no AI program on Earth that can animate elements within a still image to display the actual activities captured at the time. Something extraordinary is happening that will alter our projections for the future of humankind. Be aware and fully conscious of this revelation. There are numerous remarkable encounters that I observed and experienced on this road trip. Prepare to witness the entity that I have named Klingon, the Big Boy. Additionally, observe its cloaking capabilities and the smoothness of its movements. The presence of this entity is truly astonishing. As you stroll along the beach, you may gaze at the horizon line in the distance without considering its curiosity. I, however, observed and noted the separation line, the line that separates the sky from the water or the heaven from the earth. The planet is changing and revealing its mysteries. The horizon line serves as a connection between the sky and the earth's waters. In these views, the areas near the horizon line reveal that the water is being transformed by an array of machines lined up along the edge into various sizes and colors of balls of all dimensions, which I designated as power pebbles. Is water the source of the UFO's power? Well, that is what I observed. In these pictures, you can easily see the water gushing in or out. I followed a stream, and the flow was inward. These images will unveil the mysteries of our human existence and clearly illustrate how we are connected to the earth, the cosmos, and each other. Keep watching. View the human species as never seen before. For the first time, see the true origins of the human being. Who are we as beings? As humans, we are the species Homo sapiens, a social primate with large brains allow for complex cognitive abilities enabling us to develop intricate cultures. These features make us capable of adapting to diverse environments and forming complex structures and relationships with each other. Essentially, we are characterized by intelligence, self-awareness, the ability to create meaning, social interaction, and creativity. A human being is a part of the whole which we call the universe, a part limited in time and space. These images will unveil the answers to the mysteries of our human existence and will clearly illustrate how we are connected to the earth, the cosmos. Keep watching. Here you will experience and see the magnificent invisible infrastructure that enables the existence of everything. The worldview guides and helps us comprehend the world with the focus towards educing a regenerative human presence on Earth. Our very existence clearly depends on this invisible environment. We are in contact 24/7 with this structure, albeit unaware of it all. No matter what activities we partake in, we are always clamped to this structure that I have coined as surface slats, better known gravity. Get to know who you are and what you are. That beam of light that you see is some sort of ray beam. Folks, it is not ordinary, it is intentional. I recognize this beam when I see it. I captured this ray beam crossing a pregnant lady's body, specifically, her baby bump. I relate this streak of light to a medical examination being conducted. See for yourself. There is one more point to note: you cannot walk or move out of the beam of this ray, as it will follow your movements. These pictures of this man are amazing. Finally, see what we are, see how we are connected to the universe and each other. There is still more to realize before answering the last question, which is, who is mankind, the human? That answer may be right around the corner. Continue to remind yourself that you are viewing pictures, and be aware that you are viewing the invisible realm of space. Observing the chest area, one will notice surface slats, exposing the upper chest and lower region of the stomach. No heart, no lungs, no ribs or organs are recognizable. Any garment or clothing worn appears to dissipate, leaving only the of the item outline. In the location of the heart, observe the activity perceived to be performed by the heart. Later in the presentation, there will be an opportunity to view the lower area of the human physique, with a note that it is not suitable for children. What kind of human are we? Turning the focus onto the beach front, compare the side-by-side real-time footage. Observe the invisible realm that humans are totally unaware of. Observe the realm called the horizon line that humans are generally unaware of. The ideal location to observe a clear horizon line is typically at a beach, gazing over the vastness of the open ocean where the flat surface of the water meets the sky, creating a distinct line where the earth appears to meet the sky. Here, you can visualize and put into perspective this reality, and come to your own conclusions. What you have just witnessed was the horizon line. Regardless of our distance from the horizon line, we are always interacting with this rapidly moving invisible structure that never ceases its motion. I have observed the flow of this structure that I have named the humongous stencil sheet. The flow and movement of this structure occur as it shifts left, right, up, and down in a perpetual movement. This activity alters the infrastructure presence, or to be clearer, the objects that previously occupied the space has been replaced with another object as viewed earlier in the pictures of the moon transiting the sky. That structure was the horizon, the firmament. It is everywhere. Remember, a picture is a snapshot in time only. Take an in-depth look at snapshots showcasing the appearance of the firmament captured from the footage previously viewed, the futuristic machinery, the power pebbles, the underwater machinery and all the other indescribable areas. The worldview that guides and helps us comprehend the world is an aspect of the shift towards a regenerative human presence on Earth. A worldview is a cultural phenomenon that can change over time, and it can vary significantly across and even within cultures. At its core, it is shaped by addressing the most profound questions such as, who are we? Where did we come from? What is our purpose? Where are we going? Our task should be to liberate ourselves from this veil that confines us to a realm of limited conscious awareness. By expanding our circle of compassion to include all living beings and the of nature, we may achieve a step forward in realizing something extraordinary. A human being is a part of the whole which we call the universe, a part limited in time and space. What is the Internet of Things? The Internet of Things refers to a network of physical devices capable of transferring data among themselves without human intervention. The term first introduced by computer scientist Kevin Ashton in 1999. IoT devices are not confined to computers or machinery. They can include any object with a sensor and a unique identifier. The primary of the IoT is to develop self-reporting devices that can communicate with each other and users in real time. I can perceive many future possibilities, can you? The truth takes time to reach humanity. The full revelation of what we refer to as space is imminent. As you gaze into the black night sky, which appears to be void of any objects that could be visible with our limited eyesight, be aware from this day forward that space is indeed occupied. These images were captured out of curiosity. A snapshot taken of black space. The exposures revealed in the image are magnificent. Continue watching. Familiarize yourself with these images, you will encounter them throughout the presentation. Compare these images to those you may have captured in your footage. Observing these entities led me to assign a name to them based on their appearance. The entity's original form is unknown. What is exposed are the many shapes and transformations the entity can morph into instantly. These images were captured while traveling the highways of the United States of America. Upon viewing these images, are you reminded of any characters from a science fiction scene? I have rendered this footage with simple basic overlays that enable you to view the undetectable entity in its light presence. Use the awareness that you have gained so far to recognize the spacecraft encountered along this road trip. Line markers will direct your vision to the areas of observation. Not all entities are flagged, only the more visible ones.
So high I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world but keep the sky on your mind. So high I'm hypnotized. What's up is down, what's left is right. Chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through. Times don't fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world but keep the sky on your mind. chasing stars and holding you. I can't see the end, but we'll see it through.
Entering New Jersey and Washington, D.C. people, it is inevitable that you will see passenger planes taking off and approaching the landing strip. It is exhilarating when you are on the highway and passing within a short distance under the plane as it takes off over the highway. You may even catch a landing, which I call a touchdown. Prepare to witness the airplane maneuvering within this invisible realm. You do not want to miss this, so continue watching.
Fly too high. Be sure to keep the ground in sight. Fly forever if you keep it tight. Love the world, but keep the sky on your mind. Get on board. We're soaring on top of the world. Get on board. We're soaring on top of the world.
Observe the activity surrounding this passenger aircraft as it maneuvers within this invisible realm. This is what it looks like in this area now that you can see the activity and recognize the characters. At this altitude it could be taking off or landing. Not to set off alarms, but there is an overwhelming number of UFO entities in the area. UFOs have been buzzing me continuously throughout this journey. I captured clear evidence of the entity. Witness what was captured and be astonished. What is that? I slowed down the footage in order to capture the sudden flyby flash of something black. You will have the opportunity to closely observe the flyby entity and view the details of this transformation stage before it morphs into another shape. As you are well aware of, the entity transforms into different shapes with every movement. Keep watching. As we navigate through our daily activities, we fail to recognize the multidimensional experience that encompasses everything. We hear nothing, see nothing, and feel nothing, and we dismiss what does not conform to the definition of normal. For example, images displayed in content creator presentations may show distortions, such as a hand morphing to look like a paddle, images appearing beneath the skin, quick flyby black flashes, and so on. This awareness presentation provides an observation of events, allowing you to calculate the flow based on the data received while addressing the if, then, else if scenarios. This is a technique employed by programmers when writing code. Continuing on, observe the escort entities as they interact with the local population at a shopping outlet off the interstate highway in North Carolina. During the entire 2-day road trip, I was accompanied by a group of entities. These entities are highly intelligent and somewhat mischievous. They played tricks on me until I became aware of their presence. Now that I am aware, I can sometimes see the entities without needing to review footage to detect them. I am always consciously aware that Bunox, the entity who is assigned to me specifically, and its companions are always present. I have observed that there are at least a team of 11 entities monitoring human families who are in close contact with each other 24/7 every day, to which humans have no conscious awareness of at all. These entities can perform medical examination in a matter of seconds that include extracting fluids and other unrecognized activities. When you see a streak of light crossing a person's body, an exam is being conducted. Keep watching. At first glance, you may believe that this is a bird, however, you in for a surprise. Observe the size shift, yes, size shifting performed by this entity. During the transformation, the wingspan was enormous for such a small bird. Here is what I have observed regarding bird transformation. What I saw was an orb spinning rapidly, and suddenly a wing emerged on one side of the ball, followed immediately by a wing on the other side emerging. Then, all of a sudden, the entity took flight. Do not look away, don't miss the event. Catch the moment when the flying entity suddenly dipped down and transformed into a miniature spacecraft flying in front of the vehicle just above the pavement. During the transformation of this entity that appeared as a bird, the wingspan is enormous for such a small bird, wouldn't you agree? Heads up, in a short distance observe that entity presence on your right, flying just in front of the vehicle. It suddenly descended in front of the vehicle and transformed into a miniature spacecraft. Look for the location marker. Continue to monitor this encounter to recognize these entities among us, tracking us, performing medical examinations, and possibly more activities that I have not yet identified. Moving forward, did you recognize Kite Tail in the sky on the right-hand side overseeing the entire scene? After that flyby, the entity came back around. I must say that it appears the entity ensures its presence is in the scene. Everything is interwoven into this invisible dimensional realm, including animals that inhabit the planet alongside us. Once again, I could not identify any of the normal internal physical features as we recognize them to be. So far, I have X-ray viewed insides of a dog, a cat, a rabbit, and birds, albeit the results all the same, there are no recognizable features. With that tiny bit of awareness, let's continue on with the road trip. Before takeoff, I observed two UFO orbs surrounding the airplane. Watch closely, you will see an orb flash during the taxiing. One of the orbs is attached to the plane. Additionally, don't dismiss the presence of those cotton balls gliding along the guardrail. I have rendered pictures from the war zone, and orbs are present on those jets as well. The proof is recorded in my published content. Exposed is the invisible environment in which everything moves within. Observe the airplane in this posture, in which the wheels remain down shortly after takeoff, while the plane ascends to the desired elevation. That UFO orb appeared to be attached to the passenger airplane. Also exposed are the mechanisms and the mechanics that enable flight of everything that flies in the sky. Picture this: when Simone Biles execute her flips, surface rods enable that feat to be accomplished. Observe the remarkable rotational activities the surface rods in the following images as they facilitate flight. Now, take another look at the passenger airplane. Ascending within this mystical realm invisible to humanity. If you are curious or discerned about the emerging images surrounding the craft, your anticipation has been acknowledged. Prepare to see the mysteries of planet Earth in full color. So, these entities prefer to mimic birds, probably because many people don't even notice them as we move throughout the day. Here, they were noticed, and their persistence to persuade the captain to change the catastrophic flight plan saved the lives of everyone on board the aircraft. Let's take a look at what I observed. Here you will see the entity's true appearance, and see for yourself that these flying entities are actually connected to surface rods. Areas where flight is not required, you will see the surface slats. As flying entities approach, the smooth slat dissipate and the rods appear to support the flight. Amazing! This is a great visualization to use the new terminology. First, let's start at the bottom. I have named this structure surface slat. Surface slats plank the entire cosmos that is visible, such as the sun, the moon, and the stars, and on and on. This is the unseen gravity that has evaded scientists. As you know, gravity is said to be the invisible force that holds us to the Earth's surface. The actual facts is that we are clamped to this surface, along with everything in the universe, even things that fly such as birds, spacecrafts, and our modern-day aircrafts like the one you are viewing here. These slats are covered with materials that I have named nanomites. They resemble a curved black IP but very, very minute, and the surface appear to be smooth and solid. There are millions of nanomites jumping and moving along the conveyor belt-like structure, always moving. There is another layer under this surface, which enables flight. I have named this structure a surface rod. Grasp this concept that an invisible interdimensional environment surrounds us 24/7 non-stop, and it is moving and never stops. This concept includes space, the sky, and the oceans, and everything that we consider being related to the environment. Now, back to the picture. These rods, the surface rods, enable flight of any kind and any type. At every move, you are interfacing with sections or windows in the dimensional structure. And oh, by the way, don't forget you are viewing the sky, the heavens, the firmament. Here is another instance where the UFO entity revealed itself. This encounter I would describe as a cheeky encounter, playing tricks on an elderly woman. Due to my dedicated drive and persistence to uncover its nature, I delved deep and discovered that this revelation is a force field. Indeed, a force field concealing the presence of the miniature spacecraft. The entity also displays another force field resembling an open umbrella shielding its surroundings. Take a look inside of the force field. I find it challenging to articulate verbal descriptions of this futuristic environment and the UFO entities. I request that you follow along with my basic explanations and descriptions. My objective is to promote awareness. I enjoy the outdoors very much. Here, I captured 2 squirrels playing briskly in the tree, engaging in typical squirrel behavior. Not only is it fascinating to see the squirrels, but it is also extraordinary to witness the life essence within the tree. This is my best description of what I observed about the trees. The animals that I have observed thus far seem to have adapted this environment, or perhaps we humans are only now becoming aware of what has always existed but was invisible. Keep watching. At this point, you may be uncertain whether this is a picture or a video. This is a video. Observe the leaves moving in the wind. Now, prepare to see a snapshot of this scene, which is a moment captured in time. As I mentioned earlier, our cosmos is layered with surface slats, and what we perceive as gravity appears like this. This is not a product of AI. However, what you are observing is indeed a picture, just a picture. No AI program on Earth can animate elements within a still image to display the actual activities captured at the time. Take a look, everything on this planet is either clamped down, attached, or projected through an opening in the surface slats. How amazing is this? There is something even more amazing, that is, the ability to view the life essence flowing through the tree. Extraordinary. Follow along on another surprising encounter with Boonocks. Have you realized that our present perception of Earth and its inhabitants is only one layer in a bigger cosmic circle? We are just starting to peel the orange. Heading into 4 years of interactions with Boonocks, I have not experienced any terror or horrifying encounters, nor have there been any reports of such events by others who have encountered the entity's presence. As observed, these entities are shielded by some type of force field. On this occasion, as the entity flies alongside the vehicle, it suddenly dips down in front of the vehicle. Apparently, based on its erratic movements after resurfacing from underneath the vehicle, it was evident that it was hit by the vehicle. Observe the movements it made, the erratic cloaking exhibited, and the convoy of other entities that immediately came to support the injured entity. Eventually, the injured entity recovered and continued to keep pace with the moving vehicle. That scene is coming up, keep watching. Education and awareness is where we start. UFO contact is imminent. The planet is changing and revealing its mysteries about everything that exists and the true origins of human existence. Speaking of everything that exists, observe images of the human anatomy. Our physical makeup is absolutely amazing and undescribable, so I will not attempt to describe the views of the human anatomy. As you comprehend the next views, think of the futuristic capabilities of this knowledge. Keep that in mind. In this view of people in the water, notice the circular objects in the ocean. I have named these entities Watero. Yes, Watero. Pay particular attention to their activities. Also, another target in this view will be the waves, interacting with the two boys standing together. Now, prepare to observe a Watero entity attached to a man's arm as he come into view. Keep watching, you will see the Watero zoom in from the ocean, move around and attach to his arm. The image on the man's arm will appear to most if not all of us humans to be a sunspot. If you initially thought that what you saw was a sunspot, you are in for a big surprise. Keep watching. You have viewed some amazing pictures of the human physical makeup. Now incorporate these views with the next images. This African man's AI prosthetics invention shocked engineers and said bye-bye to the constraints experienced by disabilities. Meet Gathu and Moses Kiuna, two self-taught Kenyan inventors who built an AI-powered robotic prosthetic arm. Their innovation captures brain signals to control movement, offering a life-changing solution for amputees. Cosmic advancements are massive, the possibilities are endless. Imagine the extraordinary capabilities manifesting from humans. Be curious. Now, examine some snapshots of this event during a news briefing. Focusing on the two interviewers. As you view the images, although captivating, start your gaze from the bottom, moving from side to side until you reach the top, then slowly descend. Observe the mechanics surrounding the human outline. Pay attention to connections made to the human physical self by the environment that surrounds the person's outline. I mentioned earlier, I will not comment on the human makeup, allowing you to project your conscious perceptions. Keep watching and observe an amazing, never-before-realized awareness of the human being. Incorporate the newly gained awareness of Gathu and Moses Kiuna, two self-taught Kenyan inventors who built an AI-powered robotic prosthetic arm into a visual picture of how the technology is activated. Humans always want to know this, and that and the other about how this invention works. Maybe these views can shine some light. As you view an array of many renderings of the pictures, stay conscious that the surroundings is what we refer to as space, the invisible material that surrounds everything. Observing the following array of pictures, focus your thoughts on possibilities that closely relate to the telepathic ability to interface our natural instincts of movement with a prosthetic limb. Gathu and Moses Kiuna, two self-taught young inventors from Kenya, imagined and manifested a device to achieve such feats. Here, I have tapped into the visual realm, allowing clarity to humanity on how this is possible. This revelation may lead us to realize that self-awareness can indeed be achieved by machines. It may not be fully recognized yet, but we are on the brink of achieving remarkable innovative successes. Are we ready to achieve amazing feats? I can envision that this remarkable technological advancement will significantly improve the quality of life for the veterans attending the Invictus Games 2025 in Canada, as well as millions of people worldwide. Commendations to these young inventors. Every image captures real-time activities that were occurring at the moment the image was taken, with undescribable activities. It is astonishing to view the inside of the human body, exploring views beyond the capabilities that X-ray exposes. Observe the region that houses the heart as we understand it. There are no visual depictions of this organ in this dimensional environment, but be prepared to witness remarkable activities taking place in the chest area. Now, see how our heart beats in this realm. These images may instantly evoke comparisons to scenes from sci-fi movie genres, created by humans that you may have seen. At this point in the presentation, you should be aware that UFO entities are always present. This is yet another image of a scene that went unnoticed, even though it was viewed by millions. Are we conditioned to not see these images? It distinctly reveals a black spot on the wall, which sparked my curiosity. Not only did the image appear here, but it also appeared in another image, confirming that this is not a blemish. This image was captured at the United Nations Speakers Podium, New York, USA. Contemplate these remarkable depictions of the human anatomy and the awareness that we are constantly monitored, often without our knowledge. Be curious past the noise. So, people are now gradually starting to notice that images of the human extremities such as the hand or the arm in pictures are not looking like what they should look like, such as the hand transforming and taking on the appearance of a flat paddle and the arm shrinking to appear emaciated. That visual perception gives individuals the thought of AI generated. This is not the case. AI has nothing to do with this. Let me say that again, AI does not have anything to do with this revelation that you are seeing visually these days regarding recordings and pictures of humans. Something else is at play here, a change is occurring, and consciously, you haven't seen a thing. This is what our bodies look like in this environment, and if a picture is taken, it appears that the image will continue to render, and that is when you see the abnormalities, and have no logical explanation other than AI. As my grandma used to say, you are barking up the wrong tree. But who's listening? A young man named Maxwell from Zimbabwe, Africa, invented a microsonic energy device that taps into the realm of energy harvesting. The concept has fascinated the scientific community and beyond. Broaden your understanding of Gathu and Moses Kiuna, two self-taught Kenyan inventors who captured brain signals accessing the ability to control the movement of prosthetic limbs. Alongside them, another innovator, Maxwell Chikumbutso from Zimbabwe, Africa, invented a microsonic energy device that taps into the realm of energy harvesting. Yes, energy harvesting. The concept has fascinated the scientific community and beyond. I have captured active views of the background energy that may have been accessed in the device that Maxwell invented, which taps into the realm of energy. These particular technological achievements are truly remarkable. These technological feats offer life-changing solutions for amputees and self-powered electrical capabilities, resulting in vehicles that never need charging. The inventor indicated that you could plug your home utility link into the vehicle outlet, and the connection will provide power to your house utilities. This reality can enhance everyone's livelihood. Amazing! This is what I call futuristic innovation. Now, with that being said, continue watching the various renderings and then experience the wave of energy that Maxwell harnessed, and Gathu and Moses Kiuna tapped into, which will enhance the quality of life for amputees. I have announced in previous publications I will pass on this project, along with the knowledge I have obtained, to a specific group of intellectuals from Generation Z and the Millennial generation. I am patiently waiting. You represent the future in this newly realized reality. A new direction can be pursued. I am reaching out to Generation Z and the millennial professionals in information technology, science and space, storm chasing, volcanology, and other fields. Your expertise is needed. By approaching this revelation with humility, conscious awareness, and reasonableness, and by striving for peace on Earth, millennials and Gen Z become the global leaders that you are destined to be. Road trip, follow this road trip. It is another exciting video clip of an out-of-this-world encounter. This time, the entity that I refer to as Klingon makes an appearance. The entity is flanked by 5 or more miniature spacecrafts, with the vortex leading the path forward. Become aware, if the appearance of a vortex appears in your footage, that means that the big boy is nearby. In this exposed view, one can experience the interdimensional and invisible environment in which this entity gracefully descends into view a short distance down the road. At present, the entity has concealed its appearance. Observe the escorts positioned on the right side of the vehicle and the other mirages that intermittently fade in and out. Klingon will reappear as we approach the beginning of the tree line on the left. Observe that stealthy glide down as it descends. Prepare to witness a close-up view of numerous spacecraft launching from Jelly Ray, which will ignite your consciousness. The structure of these magnificent spacecraft is truly extraordinary, yet grounded in reality, as events occurred just 16 feet from the reporting location. Be aware that the entity is a self-aware essence of life and conscious of our intentions. Keep that in mind. I have not identified a pilot, and I don't think that I have the conscious ability to see that realm yet. Little do we realize that creative manifestation of the movie entertainment segment of our activities, whether TV or movies, was preparing us for a day of realization. Of lower the volume on your device alert is coming up. Follow the captions, you will see many shapes, colors, and sizes of the spacecrafts, and you will also hear the actual sounds generated by the amazing spacecraft as they executed maneuvers. There are no other words to explain this activity here on Earth. Observe a few pictures captured from that real-time event. These images may trigger an instant comparison to scenes from sci-fi movies created by mankind. This revelation may lead us to realize that self-awareness can indeed be achieved by machines. Continue watching. So far, you have observed many events surrounding the entity Jelly Ray. This may register as one of the most intriguing. Let me explain these views. The structure underneath Jelly Ray appears to resemble a carousel that does not turn. I investigated and traced the attached cradles hanging from the carousel to its point of execution deep in the back. Here's what I learned: the visible attachment to the launching cradle is part of an accordion-like mechanical apparatus. It retracts back the base after spacecraft launch to be refueled with power pebbles of all colors and then erects its posture forward to cradle another craft for launching. The visual representation of the launching cradles is extraordinary. Some of the launching cradles evoke memories of my favorite sci-fi series, Star Trek. Continue watching. Continuing the trip with a full escort in tow, see if you can recognize the UFO entities? Continue watching and follow the location markers and read the captions that lead to several UFO entity encounters along the way. Remember, you may observe and identify the presence of the entity in its cloaked state while moving underneath a bridge. Familiarize yourself with these entities as you drive on the roadways. You should be aware that there will be instances where my recording devices automatically start refocusing. When that happens, I know that I am being surveilled. Maybe they don't want me to record, or something else. When this distortion occurs, you can see where all of the entities are located. Also, presented in this presentation is revelations of how these entities interact with humans daily, and we have no idea. We sense nothing and feel nothing, but at least you can be aware. So, take in these views, and hopefully you can provide a clear narration of what you have seen so far. Leave a comment. If you have been viewing my videos, you are aware that I have been observing these entities for over 2.5 years and that I am aware of their presence. If this is your first visit, take the time to view past releases. It will help you follow along with the views presented and help you become aware of their presence. Now, this event was another over-the-moon moment, as Prince Harry said when his son was born, Prince Archie. Here, an orb decided to ride along inside of the car, as you can see. And then I had a thought to reach out and touch it, and I did, as you will see. What did I feel? Well, nothing different that I was aware of. What does this mean that it let me touch it? This event happened twice, and you will see this interaction later in the footage. So, take in these views and leave a comment. We choose to ignore the instant, quick flashes that we may see in the recordings captured, then, ignore the entire anomaly. Rather than investigate the anomaly, we just remove that section that we do not understand. I have seen footage that contained many orbs floating or moving around in your footage. The most common visualizations that I have seen is this image, of this orb that you see here, with the same reddish halo that surrounds it. I was told by a viewer that this was a sun reflection. You judge for yourself after viewing this footage. Location markers will flag the areas to focus on and will help you follow along when the entities change location. We cannot see these entities during daylight, but be aware, they are always around and in numbers. I have rendered amazing views, showing what is in the sky on this sunny day as we get to where we are going. I hope you are ready for another terrestrial encounter. The observation captured a screen-like structure hovering just above the tree line. Do not be mistaken and think that this image is the sun visor. It is not. I have observed a similar structure while editing footage. An image of the humongous stencil sheet was on the timeline, and as the scene played, a wire like a screen suddenly appeared and moved over the entire image. As it moved, all of the objects in that covered area started to activate. Objects lit up with lights, areas recessed, and everything became active. After viewing these images of the unusual screen, prepare to witness this encounter captured in real time. Did you observe the ray beam maintaining contact with the vehicle? If so, did you notice that the vehicle could not move out of the path of the ray beam? This beam is intentional. When I see this image appear, I know that a physical examination is being conducted. This time I am the one being examined, and I felt nothing. Continue to watch. Did you notice the light fixtures lining the highway? It was daylight, and some of the lanterns appeared to be lit. The location that I observed to be the most congested with these entities was during my travel through New York. At the light fixture that Jelly Ray calls home, even more mysterious events have been revealed. This one was rather bizarre and bewildering. When I obtained clarity of the event, I was amazed. The silky string turned out to be a stream of miniature spacecraft exiting a launching chassis. All I can say is wow. Continue to watch. The question here is for IT professionals: can a machine consciously detect that you have applied an update? My response would have been no, a machine cannot consciously feel anything. However, in today's environment, that theory has evolved and no longer holds that logic. Observe in this view the circular objects jumping in the ocean. I have named the entities Watero. This is not water suds, but something else. Observe a Watero attached to the top of the heads of the people. The observation will focus on the two boys standing together in the water. What caught my attention here was the breaking wave in addition to other features of curiosity. I cannot explain any of it. Our capacity to grasp the reality that appears in curious images goes unchallenged. Take a look at the mechanisms that enable our quality of life. Water is the key to everything. Every structure that you have viewed is not solid, not even the objects that look like a right or left angled bracket. The structures are made of water pebbles. Prepare to observe some sensitive areas and locations of the human body. These sensitive regions contain unrecognizable structures. The outline of your clothing dissipates, and the underlying structure will merge into view. Continue to follow the captions. The two boys standing in the ocean here clearly display that we are eternally bound to this invisible realm. It resembles the unseen force that we refer to as gravity. I have observed this phenomenon and named it surface slats. The surface is black and consists of millions of nanomites covering the surface and moving like a conveyor belt. Within our cosmos, including us, everything is attached to these surface slats. Now, prepare to observe the waves. Yeah, the waves, something extraordinary is there. The waves contain an apparatus that extends out like an accordion. Observe this accordion-like apparatus encircling the human head in the upcoming view. Is this the method by which information is recorded throughout our lives here on this planet? After viewing, verbalize your thoughts? But first, take a look at this, and it will lead into the head connection observation. Here are some of my thoughts as I view this scene. Heaven, earth, city in the sky, majestic, futuristic, enormous, constantly moving at unimaginable speeds, production of power pebbles of all colors and sizes that move within the humongous stencil sheet structure across the cosmos that planet Earth is a member of. The horizon line speechless, the magnificent automated self-aware machines that aligns the border, seeing this structure actually process the sucked up water. Observation of real-time activities being conducted clearly showing how hail is made of various sizes. The ocean and all of its secrets that are still invisible to our conscious awareness. The magnificent underwater filtration structure, the interesting areas that are preparing different color water pebbles, the real-time activities executed at the water chilling areas and the water pebble sampling laboratories, and many other revelations from the observations that I have compiled, resulting in a greater awareness when comprehending this view, which conceals a hidden realm that is invisible to our conscious perceptions. Have you gained awareness? The bird species in the video is not identified. I will refer to them as birds, because they flew like birds. This is the most frequent instance observed of the entity transforming as it flew. Take in the different forms and shapes it shifted into. Apply the knowledge gained from observing the stages of the entity captured earlier, to the real-time slowed-down footage of the birds seen here. The focus will be on a bird-like entity entering the picture from the location of the sand dune. Follow the markers. The entity flew over 2 individuals on the beach and the humans were unaffected and unaware of the event. This next entity flew so fast that all I saw was a quick flash. Did you see that? From behind me, this entity flew slightly above the recording device that I was holding, very close. Keep watching. I would say that this was something out of a Star Trek episode. Every generation of humans has asked these questions: who are humans, and what are we? The answers have remained elusive. The time for humans to develop the capabilities to perceive the invisible realm in which we all exist is now. Finally, the questions will be answered visually, yes, visually, because there is no descriptive verbal words in our vocabulary to explain views that you will see of the human building blocks of a fetus gestating. I captured a ray beam crossing a pregnant lady's body, yes, a ray beam, specifically her baby bump. Become aware that ray beams contacting the body indicate that a medical procedure is being conducted. In these views, I tracked fluids being extracted from the lower area of her baby bump and her elbow into a structure that resembled a petri dish. Continue watching and follow the markers. There she is. The lady that is coming into view, who is wearing a white top and red shorts. What an incredible visualization of a fetus in gestation. There are no words to adequately explain or describe the building blocks that bring humans into existence. Prepare to experience the wave of energy emitted from the fetus. Each emitted wave displays numerous visual structures as it moves. I have observed wave patterns in flowers, particularly a giant sunflower that I cultivated from a seed, as well as in humans and the Earth's surface, as well as the sky. This wave is in constant motion, seemingly never ceasing as it traverses the cosmos. Returning to the subject, these entities conceal their appearance from being recorded by devices. By tracking every flash and movement after the lady moved on, unaware of the entire event, I identified the terrestrial entity. Continue observing. That indescribable sound that you hear is emitted from the terrestrial entity. We have been told that our body's sustainability is the water that is contained within us. The human body is made up of a significant amount of water, with the average adult body containing 50 to 60% water by weight, or roughly 45 quarts. The percentage of water in the body varies by age and gender, with newborns containing around 80% water and men containing slightly more water than women. Different parts of the body also contain different amounts of water, with the brain and heart containing 73%, the lungs containing 83%, muscles and kidneys containing 79%, skin containing 64%, and bones containing 31%. Water is essential for the body's function, helping to regulate body temperature, maintain muscles, lubricate joints, prevent constipation, flush out waste products, carry nutrients to cells, and protect organs and tissues. It also helps maintain the right balance of water and salt in the body and acts as a shock absorber to protect bones and tissues. According to Mitchell and others, 1945, the brain and heart are composed of 73% water, and the lungs are about 83% water. The skin contains 64% water, muscles and kidneys are 79%, and even the bones are watery, 31%. The composition of our aqua bodies somehow facilitates compatibility with these entities. I captured snapshots from this activity. I noticed an unusual spot on this man's hand as he walked and moved his hand in conjunction with his stride. In addition, I captured his lower physical physique. However, none of the organic structures that we are familiar with are recognizable in the outline of the human body. With that being said, this section is not suitable for children. What you will view is absolutely unexplainable and undescribable. Please continue watching, as there will be no narrations. Be aware of your surroundings. As you will observe, these entities interact with humans without their knowledge. Take in these views. On a daily basis, you are being and monitored. I observed at least 15 entities interfacing with those individuals, and at least 15 follow my movements. This means that at least 15 of these entities are marking, monitoring, or scanning us. This event is occurring all across the planet,